into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me. I wake up exhausted, even in the morning, like I'm made out of decaf. I'm barely running. Oh, and I hate parties. It's just too many bodies. I don't like small talk. I'm always leaving early. Then I met you and my eyes changed. And now you're in my eye range. I'm gunning for you. You changed my heart in a big way. Now every day's a celebration, and I wanna say, when you're around, it's already alright, already alright. Like a radio, I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. And I'm my own person, not like I need protection. It's just that I wanna change and go in your direction. God, you're a laser beam. You're on my teen dreams. And if I knew you in school, you'd be too cool for me. Then I met you and my eyes changed. And now you're in my eye range. I'm gunning for you. You changed my heart in a big way. Now every day's a celebration, and I wanna say, when you're around, it's already alright, already alright. Like a radio, I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. You made me feel like I could dance all night, already all night. Like a live wire, I'm always louder with you. I'm always louder with you. Keep turning me up, keep turning me up, 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 up. When I get down, when I get down, when I get up, 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 up. When I get down, when I get down, when you're around, it's already alright, already alright. Like a radio, I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. You made me feel like I could dance all night, already all night. Like a live wire, I'm always louder with you. I'm always louder with you. Keep turning me up, keep turning me up. When you're around, it's already alright, already alright. Like a radio, I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. You made me feel like I could dance all night, already all night. Like a live wire, I'm always louder with you. I'm always louder with you. Keep turning me up, keep turning me up. When you're around, it's already alright, already alright. Like a radio, I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me.
Howdy, 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 and meowdy. Happy Monday, Catfish. And I know it's Monday. Not really happy. It's nobody likes Mondays. Not even Garfield. Everybody hates Mondays. But still, happy Monday regardless. I hope you're all having a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. And thank you very much for the raid, Mercury. It is greatly appreciated. For those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am a cat, a brat, a delinquent, but most importantly, I am everyone's big sister, whether they like it or not. What were you up to today on your stream? Man, today is going to be such a good stream. we started our Final Fantasy run on the character we made in October of 2024. I think that was when I first made the character and first started streaming. So it's been a year and a third at least. But we are finally going to begin the newest, most recent expansion. Which I've done all of the previous parts of the game before on other characters, but I've never done the current expansion. And I have somehow managed to avoid spoilers the whole time, so we are going in blind. It's going to be fun. All I know is there's no more depressing action, angst, and stuff. It's just a vacation. We're going to Spain, we're gonna have tacos, we're gonna adventure, it's gonna be a good time. And I am excited. I have been looking forward to this for weeks now. And it is finally here. I'm still impressed that I managed to keep myself unspoiled on the expansion, no matter how tempting spoilers were to look up. The only things of it I know about are the raids, and even then, I don't know much about the raids, other than the music is really good. I managed to remain mostly unspoiled on everything, which just means it's going to be a lot more fun. We get to go in and everything's going to be completely blind. I don't got too much to yap about right now. So I figure we can get on into the game goodness while we yap. And as we do with every expansion, we will start off by watching the expansion trailer.
Salutations!
Thank you for the follow, Celine. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome. All world's maintenance, right? There's maintenance today, but that's not until 7 p.m. Pacific time. It's only 11. We've got time. Plenty of time. Final Fantasy streams for me tend to be a little on the longer side. Like, I think the shortest one I've ever had was maybe 4 hours, at least if I'm doing main story. Like, side content streams are shorter, but for main story, I think the shortest I've ever had was 5 hours something, maybe? But I'm absolutely used to streaming 6, 7, 8 hours for Final Fantasy, which is just plenty of time to enjoy the story. So we won't be able to do like an 8-hour stream today because maintenance in like a little under 8 hours, but we could probably rock and roll for about 6 hours or so. Have fun with that. And it will be a ton of fun. Because for once, the world is not on fire. We don't need to defeat some big bad. We don't need to save the world. We're just going on vacation, finally. That's it, that's our story. We're going on vacation. We don't have to... The world's not on fire. We don't have to be the maid and clean up everything. We just get to go on vacation and enjoy everything. Let's see. Pop. Okay, so let's see. Game is up, and away we go. Oh, getting. It's lagging a little. Movies and titles. Dawn Trail demo and title. No more depression, no more pain, no more suffering. It's just a vacation.
Clear skies and boundless
Finally, we get our vacation.
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Aaronville, my beloved. Look at that smile. He is enjoying himself. We've had so many expansions where we have to go somewhere and save people, save the world and everything. Now we just get to go to Spain. We're on a vacation. We're relaxing. We're enjoying ourselves.
Come now. There's no cause for panic.
Well, that's cause for panic, I would say.
This one might make for a worthy opponent.
Like, and we will watch the Endwalker trailer after this to show you the contrast. Showing where we're going from to where we're going to. Oh, they're showing off the new jobs. I still need to learn Viper. I've heard Viper is a lot of fun. That looks so good. Oh my god, it's adorable! It's a squirrel!
Might you have a moment to speak further?
Squirrel! Aww. He's made a friend. Oh, I want a pineapple juice. I want to drink juice out of a pineapple with a nice little umbrella on it. That sounds lovely. Like, it's not really cold enough for being tropical, but that would be lovely. Oh my god, look at that taco. Look at that taco. That taco looks so good. Oh. Pictomancer, my beloved. Picto is so much fun. Like, holy crap, is it a blast. Getting to paint your thoughts into reality. That would be so much fun in real life. Oh god, it looks so pretty. I know it's not Spain, but I'm calling it Spain anyways, because it might as well be Spain. It's the Final Fantasy version of Spain.
Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next next great adventure.
Our next great adventure, huzzah!
I trust you have not forgotten the true purpose of our voyage.
Last you come to
Waklama, the crying cat. Our beloved crying cat friend. She's so fluffy. Like, look, he's smiling. He's happy. He's excited for once. Dawn Trail, let's go. So that's where we're headed, and nope, I don't want to do that. And this is what we're leaving behind. This is what we've finished. So you can see the absolute tonal shift in everything. We are heading into an adventure and we're leaving behind the world being on fire. Because this is the trailer for the expansion we've just finished. And you can, yeah, you will see absolutely how wild the change in tone is. Going from everything's on fire, everything sucks, and everyone's dying to, oh my god, adventure, we're going to Spain. It has taken us a year and 4 months, but we are finally going to Spain. From the very beginning to now, a year and 4 months of fun.
look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on.
As the chaos spread,
Yeah, it's wild. Like, the base game, the start of the game, you're just an adventurer. And then you learn, oh, you're the warrior light, you're this fabled hero. And you go to defeat a bunch of big gods that were summoned. Then you defeat a giant machine that harnesses the power of those gods to try and kill you and everyone around you. And then you go to the first expansion where you're fighting dragons and Space Pope. And then you go to the second expansion where you're going to Final Fantasy Japan to fight Big McLarge Huge and his katana. And then the third expansion takes you to another planet, another reflection, where everything kind of sucks, so you're making it suck less. It's just multiple expansions of things are on fire in some way and you're figuring out how to fix it.
It was as we feared. The respite afforded this land was fleeting.
But finally, there are no big problems. There is nothing we need to fix. We just get a vacation. We get to enjoy our time. We get to enjoy what we're doing. We can explore. We can see the sights. We can have some yummy tacos. And we don't have to fight God or 10 gods. Because God, we fought who knows how many gods at this point. Like there's Ifrit, there's Titan, there's Leviathan, there's Garuda. There's Shiva. I think that's all the Aromaborn gods we fought. Then you're fighting a bunch of big dragons, and you're fighting even more gods, and then you're fighting more gods, and then you're fighting more gods. and you're just fighting so many gods and big monsters and horrible things. But after all of that, we are finally just taking a vacation. We get to do what we want. We get to eat good food. We get to go somewhere tropical. We get to just have a good time.
Until our last breath.
And I am so excited. Because really, after all of the world setting we've done, after all of the many worlds set on fire, all the gods we had to face, we deserve a vacation. And we finally get one. And the trailer songs are always insanely good. Like, I have not heard a trailer song I hated. They're all really good. But yes, this is what we left, and the video before is where we're going. We're going somewhere wonderful. Finally. Let's see, I'm gonna up voice volume a little. And I'll just crank that to max. And we did everything before this as a lizard girl, but now we are a cat girl. We have spent a year and a third as a lizard girl, and now we are a cat girl. And something I love about this game is that outside of a small few pieces of base lore that is the same for every Warrior of Light, you are free to make up whatever lore you want about your character. So you could, like, you could say your warrior is just a fierce fighter who has always fought for people wherever they go, or you could say that they're just a chef who got into adventuring, or whatever you want. Like how mine is just a turbo brat who is just annoyed at having to be the warrior of light, so she's decided she's going to make it everyone's problem and be as big of a brat as she can. Finally. Welcome back, Panifer. I've just had word from Erenville. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Tural aboard a Guildship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companion? It should only take a moment. Oh, the new quest accepted music. I love it. Because like with each expansion, they have new quest accepted music, new battle music, new dungeon boss music. But yes, this big map up here on the wall. This big map that's been gradually filled in with notes as we've gone along. And we're going here, to the left, we're going west. Like, we've been north, we've been east, we've not really been south, but we're going west this time. Uchika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Arenville himself. You're all here? It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Girlship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There will be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Arenville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting up just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You want to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryl? Yes. As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure that there will be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Oh, absolutely not. We're going to Spain. That's been settled. I'm not going anywhere else. Well said. We won't get far wallowing in the shallows. Right then, if all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Howdy howdy Tetsaru, welcome welcome. New content. So excited. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Oh, not gonna let me walk down to the boat? Well, that's fine.
Savoring the moment.
The music.
Excitement. The unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders.
Exactly.
Chance to enjoy
For
ourselves.
once, the world's not on fire. We don't have to save the world. We just get to go on vacation.
Do not be so quick to relax.
I am gonna relax though.
Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels.
Oh, this song is so good.
Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bootheswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need? And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Kattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
That's kind of a dangerous place to stand.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat.
This music is so good.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself?
Ooh, hoo hoo.
I'm sure you have questions of your own.
We get to wander the ship. Let's go. Or at least I hope we get to wander.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Also, I'm gonna also tweak the audio a little, lower the music, up the voices. Make it so it's... This is, in fact, my first time going to Dawntrail. I've never touched this before, ever. And I've managed to somehow avoid spoilers the whole time. Despite this being a few years old now. Let's see, we can do that. Let's see, I can lower the background music to there. That slightly. Ambient sounds. And then increase master volume to 60. Perfect. Yeah, I've played through everything through Endwalker a few times, but I've just never actually played a Dawntrail yet. So I'm gonna take a selfie. If we're on a boat, we've gotta take a selfie. And the game gives us a selfie emote for free. Perfect. Yeah, like, I don't know when they gave us that emote, but it is such a good emote. Alongside, this one that they gave us. Yeah, you could just pull out a Polaroid camera, take a picture, and print it out immediately. Like, those emotes are adorable. I love it. Also gonna preemptively bop that, bop that, bop that. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. Fun Jontain is the name. I was working in Estame's aesthetics in Ulta, you see, but my employment with them, came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard a room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn server welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolel seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Did I do Little Ladies Day? Why, yes I did. Like, 6 free cheer emotes is insane. And they're actually really cute emotes. Also, the t-shirts we got, I love. There's like 4 t-shirts. And you can dye the shirts too, but they only have one dye channel, which, I mean, that's understandable, because you're just dyeing the base of the shirt. I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. Gah, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketan Ram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot in Tural almost 80 years ago. The Mamul Jaw's leader is said to have welcomed Ketan Ram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Popotos, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Ketan Ram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Ul'dah, specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do you remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder? Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hetsauro, the Hrothgar, the Zubral, not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in Donsurin's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamul Juplug was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Did you learn anything of interest? Plenty. Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Erenveld teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. What do you mean, chilly? It's nice and sunny out. It looks gorgeous. I wish it was like that here. It's just cold. All we have here is just cold. It's not as cold as it has been, but it's still cold. Ooh, interesting. Oh, it's raining now. Oh, that seems more like where I live.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Oh,
How's your stomach?
she doesn't look so well.
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick.
Sure you don't.
I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Viera live there?
I'm not pressing X to doubt, I am vigorously mashing the X button to doubt repeatedly.
The Shetona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother,
Okay, so Aaronville's dad went out for smokes and never came back. I see how it is. Oh boy.
We're in the teeth of it now, lads! Reef that sail for the last snaps!
Oh dear.
Oh dear indeed.
Only elders on watch! This wind's too strong to take any sound! I'm going off the mast! We need
Oh boy.
below decks first! Quickly, before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Everything's exploding. Or everything's on fire, kind of. But that's the ocean for you, I suppose.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since.
Oh, good golly gosh. That is a storm and a half. Oh, those
Heaving
waves, oh no.
tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
Please don't let the twins die in the ocean.
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses.
Oh boy, lightning, oh
Thereby
boy.
shield us
Boy,
from the
boy,
lightning.
boy, oh boy, oh boy. Everybody loves lightning.
What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
Yeah, the magical orange pop rocks.
Woklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
Yeah, that's literally just pulling a Leviathan. Except there's no Leviathan there to try to break it, thankfully.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Of course a ship like this is gonna have a bar on it. Of course all these sailors need to get drunk while they're commandeering a ship. Oh boy. Yeah, I remember back in like old World of Warcraft where you could kite a giant monster from one zone to another, and sometimes people would intentionally just kite these big boss monsters to the main capital hubs. And suddenly there's this giant boss monster that's just killing everyone because nobody's able to defeat
Joining
it.
us for some fresh air? It seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much
Yeah,
better once
some
we're on
people
solid ground.
made it a goal to just kite a boss monster to like Stormwind or something and just let people fight it and perish.
can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
Yeah, the devs for WoW had to change it so that you couldn't kite a boss monster from one zone all the way to like the capital. That it had a limit to how far it could go before it would drop aggro, so people couldn't do that anymore.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
But then they brought back, or they introduced Classic WoW, and they forgot to set the aggro length on mobs, so people started doing that again in Classic WoW.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway.
Oh, that's pain. That sounds like it was pain.
If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities.
It's the boat from the intro cinematic.
Destination will soon be in sight.
We're on the little boat from the intro cinematic. Yippee!
Enjoying yourself for a change?
He said the thing.
Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
He also said the thing. They're saying all the things from the cinematic.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Honestly, same. Like, I know I'm going to thoroughly enjoy this, but I can't wait to see what the next expansion trailer is gonna be. Dawn Trail, yippee! Howdy, howdy, Scepter. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this music is so good. I fucking love this music so much, holy shit. I am straight up jamming right now, this is amazing. This reminds me of the Razat Han music, except more upbeat. It's so good, holy shit. We're only on the first quest and I'm loving this so much.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
Oh, those are pretty feathers.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Turan?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Oh, I love this saxophone, it's so good.
Well, well, you really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Oh, this place is gorgeous. Holy crap. Oh, the funky music is back. Let's go. Well, while we've got an ad going, I'm gonna go to BRB for a few minutes. And then we can continue jamming to this amazing music.
Putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap, gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap, gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. First quest complete, let's go! Oh, I got a weapon coffer. That's not better than my current one, but it might look good. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were. So the Third Promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers? Wuk-Lamat, are you unwell? No, sir, not at all. Couldn't be better. The Third Promise is not seasick, no sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the Third Promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, Third Promise. They did have a point. Wuk-Lamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then? Pennifer, you and Carl can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage is hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wuk-Lamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Are you sure about that? God, this is by far my favorite city song. Like, of all the city background music I've heard, this is my favorite so far. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Erenville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Yok Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Oh, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mini Aetherites, and then the big one. God, I might have to make this my AFKing idling city, because this music is so good. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliolal's largest marketplace. Being right in the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right. I should mention that here in Tuliolal, we buy things with Pel, the currency that the Pelu Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wachumeki Meki. I know they market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to this certain plaza. Heh, I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Well, I'm gonna go grab the mini Aetherite first. Or Aethernet shard. I can do that. Okay, that is funny. What you makey, I love that. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tuliolal? I think I told you before, but my brother, Koana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Zakteral. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Oh, I'm getting Catwoman booty. I should not angle my camera like that. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuklamad gets her endless endurance. I mean, yes, like, if I look up, I'm gonna upskirt myself and I'm gonna get a big, generous shot of Wuklamat's booty. Which is kind of unfortunate, because this is where I like having my camera elevation. Like, what setting was that again? Character config? Thought it was... Oh yeah, third person camera angle. I keep it at 20 because that's cozy. I could never get used to 90. 90 is way too high. And 0 is way too low. Like 0 is literally you're upskirting and getting all the booty shots. So I keep it at 28. Like, when I first got started in the game, I had mine set to max, and I tried to play like that, but it's not easy. Because, like, if I fully zoom out for when I'm in a raid, I can see the boss, I can see the mechanics, I can see everything properly. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed around here are responsible for defending Tuliolal and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago when Zoral Ja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alizé should be around here too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. That is a big gate. It is a very big gate. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yakhui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yaktural, the southern lands of the mother, and Zaktural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Zak'Torel, those lands are also part of the Tuliolol nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of 2 continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to the myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zak'Torel requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn's servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Aww. Then I'll make sure you win, mark my words. Do you really mean that? Heh. Woe to anyone who stands between you and adventure. And I mean, that's fair. Like, when we got to Thavnir, Radz-at-Han, part of it was locked off until we did enough questing and stuff. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliolol is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. I am too. Yay! We're level 92 now. Ooh, rainbow drip. Oh, let's open the crate and see what this weapon looks like. Oh, that's actually pretty. It's not as colorful as the one we're currently using, but it's pretty and it can be dyed. Let's go. I might just use that for glamour. That looks really nice. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too. Tuliolol certainly doesn't want methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Okay, so that's... So we have that one. We need that one. That one. We need a lot more. But I could wander this city for... I could wander the city all day and not get bored, because this music is so good. Also, it's funny that if you hit the reverse camera button, the characters straighten out behind you instead of being off to the side slightly. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yakhui temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Zak'Torel to appease the god who slumbers in the Great Ocean Trench. After the Yakhui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries, so when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolol. We climb these sets of stairs here all the way up. Oh, stairs. A lot of stairs. Well, the view from up here is gorgeous. Like, Jesus, this is an amazing view. I need to get a picture from up here after we, yap. Papa's palace is called Valak Shunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Oh, I could walk off the edge of this. I probably shouldn't. Cheap hose. Let us not look towards the camera. And then let us bust out. Photograph. God, I'm going to spend so much time later taking pictures here. Oh, I walked off the edge. I didn't mean to do that. That hurt. I did not mean to walk off the edge. I meant to go off the side, the stairs. But this is fine. Why is this guy baiting a brick? Surely he must have better things to do than baiting bricks. Oh no, wait, this way. Which will get us to another Aethernet shard. I'll grab the shard first. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, I think. Perfect. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all of the Yaktaral clans. Mamolja, Zibral, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tonawapta, Hetsaro, and Shatona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Zaktaral. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Taral. A true representation of Tuliyolal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. A lot of stairs. If I were somewhere like this in real life, I would be suffering. I wouldn't even make it up a single flight of stairs without getting winded. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Lensguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Oh, that drum. That is, in fact, massive. Oh my god, right, there's alpacas. There's alpacas. Look at the alpacas, they're so cute. And Fluffy! I know I don't really need it, but I'm gonna do this anyway. Oh, I need an alpaca. I need a minion and a mount and a million alpacas I can sleep on. Yeah. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliyollal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charlene, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. So I'm gonna go grab that Aethernet shard. Yeah, this place is gorgeous. I can see that this was absolutely their test of their updated graphics. Like, there's so much grass everywhere. And the grass looks so lively. Like, look at all the flowers. Like, the improved lighting, the increased grass, it's all so pretty. And man, this nighttime music is also so good. I could picture myself just lounging somewhere with this music playing, having like a tasty meal and some tea or something. And it would be so cozy. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Yogg-Turaul Landgate, but when Papa founded Tuliyollal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozama Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Rite of Succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka, the name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome, four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Hmm? I don't want to forget the alpacas, though. They're adorable. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliyollal, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Ooh. Well, I don't quite need the gear, but it'll probably be good glamour. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. My very first, the following event cannot be skipped. Yippee! Ooh, so those are engraved with history. That's cool. Oh, this is such a nice song. Pictures? Wait, no. These are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Gulul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliolal came to be. Study them as long as you like. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketan Ram? Ah, that's the one. Ketan Ram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketan Ram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozama Uka. The people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. This one recounts the lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Zabral, like me. For decades, the Zabral and the Mamouja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolal. There was a clan of Hrothgar in Bajra known as Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Zabral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots. It depicts the moblins of Kozama Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliolal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral, Valigamanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Valigamanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. You know, I should move my captions a little so they're out of the way of the text. I'm gonna do that. I'll scoot my captions up slightly. Or even just, I'll put them on the top for Final Fantasy. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valley Gormanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliolaut's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliolaut's history, whatever that might be. Ah, the layer of proof that big fellows of the Yakui, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yak Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Zak Tural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkopacha. I've never even seen any other kind so much as set foot in the city. This was the people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Had your fill of history then? Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while, but now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. I do too. Please tell me we're having tacos. Okay, I can grab that, then I will run off and grab that, and that should be everything. Oh, that is a very long dock. Okie dokie. Bum 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 bum. I imagine we'll definitely get to the first dungeon today, because that's generally the pace of how we go. We do 2 levels worth of quests per stream, roughly. And that's usually a dungeon per stream. So I am excited to see what the first dungeon is going to be like. Is this the last one? Wait, what am I missing then? I got that, I got that. I got that. I got that. Or maybe it is the last one and there's just no bonus things to unlock. Oh, did I not unlock that one? I thought I did. Okay, then let's unlock that one real quick. And that'll be the last one. Because normally when you unlock all of them, you get frozen in place for a minute and it tells you you unlock all of the Aethernet shards, so you have a bonus destination. If there's one thing I wish they would give us, it is letting us customize the underwear we have on under skirts. Like, I don't want to just be wearing plain black, that's boring. Just let us customize the color. Plain black's not boring, my girl wouldn't wear that. There we go. You're like plain black underwear, that's boring. Like she would wear stripes at the minimum, or something colorful. Tacos, I was correct. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliola classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Baldia Chai Best. That's a mouthful. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Bruk Evu. That is another mouthful. But yay, tacos! It's not even Taco Tuesday. Facial RMT name is honestly pretty good.
Bruk Evu!
Okay, so I was close. It is just Bruk Evu.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best
Yay!
for you and your friends.
We get the best tacos.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Oh, you bastard! You stepped on my taco!
If it isn't the third promise.
You stepped on my taco, you bitch!
What the?
I was looking forward to that.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Woklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings. The elevated chosen.
Oh, these two guys are
We alone
dicks.
are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihyolal. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Who the fuck are you calling a kitten, dick?
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Yeah, go. You can go yourself.
Listen to me, you.
Yeah, go yourself, you piece of.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, tacos. Oh, don't tell me you're going to interrupt my
Enjoying your tour of the
tacos?
city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
But I wanted my taco.
So it goes.
I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliolal cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter or even the eastern side of Talonmart if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volokshunsa. My poor empty belly. Mine too, I wanted a taco. In fact, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna see if I could buy a taco. Fringe. Maybe there's a merchant somewhere that'll sell me a taco. I am going to stubbornly be determined to find a taco before I continue. Shop. There's some shops. Maybe one of them sells me tacos. Retainers, gemstones, blah blah blah. Battlecraft, tradecraft, mender, independent merchant. My good sir and or madam, do you have tacos? Potions, lame. Hey, you're just materia. I wanted a taco. Those tacos looked so good, and then that double-headed dickhead had to step on them. I mean, honestly, they were still in the bag. I would have eaten the taco scraps. I would have just... They should, and I'm sure one of them might. I just... Because I know vendors usually sell food of some kind. That for, like, getting, like, a food buff. I'm going to check all of the vendors I can find. Like, there's the ones here. There's one down, there's a trader down there. There's one there. I am going to look through every vendor I can find. Purchase items. What do you have? Stuff for fishing. Lame. Gear. Well, I did want to see what this set looks like. Oh, this is so cute. I love the little fluffy bits on the head part. Gemstone, retainer. None of you are any benefit. Can't start the hunt stuff now. Okay, you're just the Dawn Hunt vendor. There's one trader left, and they probably won't have it, but I'm determined. If there's okay, there's a market board. If they don't have it here, I'm going to buy a single taco off the market board. I am determined to get a taco. Okay, there's scripts vendor, lame. So I'll head back to the markets, I'll go to the market board, and I will buy a single taco. It doesn't even need to be high quality, I'm just gonna buy a taco. The game teased me with tasty tacos, and then I got cucked. Okay, food. Meals. Oh my god, I can buy nachos. But that's max item level. I don't need max item level. Taco. Where is taco? Ooh, lobster. Oh, carne asada tacos, let's go. Tacos al pastor, yum. Are there any other tacos? Does not look like it. Okay, we're buying some tacos. Oh, I could buy 2 for Soul. I bought tacos. I will save those for the first dungeon. We're gonna snack on tacos and then dungeon when we get to the first dungeon. I said I wanted tacos, I got tacos. Okay, so I'm gonna travel up there through Aetheryte because I don't want to run up the stairs. Also, that emote, the Dorito emote, reminded me of something, because Ito is a Spanish thing that makes something seem smaller, so like Coquito would be small Coqui. So the presence of a Dorito implies the existence of a much bigger door. Just a much bigger door. Oh, actually ads are starting. So we won't turn this in until ads are done. Instead, we will just stand here and dance. Because this is about when an ad break would start, so we'll let the ad break run through and then we will turn this in. Also, what does she give me? Mountain Chromite chest gear. Yep, ad break. Boom. I should definitely go out for tacos again sometime, and not like Taco Bell tacos, but actual good, proper tacos. It's like go to a nice sit-down Mexican restaurant, get some tacos and a horchata, and just have a tasty meal. Because Taco Bell tacos are good, but that's just, like, it's what you eat when you want something cheap and filling. Not what you want, like, good quality tacos. Yeah, when I was doing the post-Endwalker quest and even main Endwalker, I had a guide up listing each of the quests, so I could figure out when I'd hit a dungeon and what point would be good to stop. I'm not doing that this time. We're raw dogging it. We will just go until I decide it's a good point to pause. And we're only 2 hours in. God, it feels like it's much later in the day, but we're only 2 hours in. And we're making good progress. Like, we're still on level 90. So I figure level 91 will probably be the... Or level 91 quests will probably be our first dungeon. Because that's typically how it goes. Like, the one level is a dungeon. So it's like 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and then the 10 number. So this should be one like coming up at the next level, one at like 93, 95, 97, 99, then 100 will have a dungeon. But this could also just completely throw that to the wind and do something different. Again, I'm not looking up any spoilers, I'm not looking up a quest guide or anything. We are raw dogging it, because it is our first time. As you should with anything for the first time, just raw dog it. Ooh, god, chicken quesadillas are so good. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contents won't wait for us forever. You were right. You literally were right. Upon speaking to Erenville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their... The first cutscenes will play in sequence of the expansion. Yippee! I've acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eyes, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. 'Twas like herding a pair of unruly curls. Heh, I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Ooh, that sounds yum. Mashed potatoes with fajita meat, butter, sour cream, and cheese mixed up sounds so good. Estinian? What are you doing here? What are you doing here, my man? So this is where you...
When did he get here?
So that's where you ran off to at the end of everything last expansion.
What's the point? Why is he here?
That's what I'm at. That's what I'm saying. Why? What are you doing here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
Oh, that is intense. I love it.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. No,
that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
Oh, Estinian, what are you doing?
I see you, warrior.
He's trying to get me killed, isn't he?
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
Good choice.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Leave it to Estinian to show up, have a fight, and just disappear. That's literally what he does. I shouldn't have expected anything else.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Gona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the rite of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyollal is young, and so I look to thee always for inspiration. The rite of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shok Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the rite of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
Huh. That should be fun.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Gona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own four eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
So it's not just a fight, it's actually exploring and finding the city and... Okay, this is gonna be fun.
Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne.
I don't mind collecting 7 MacGuffins.
Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City.
On my honor as an absolute nuisance, I will also help.
Thank you for hearing my petition.
about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galov.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this?
Yeah. Of course I do.
Our promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil.
Political turmoil, like I haven't been in the middle of that before.
If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come!
It's Saralja!
Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Saralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman. a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you all right?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always.
That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Sharlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyolan. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your deity.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable. But you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliyollal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuk-Lamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuk-Lamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuk-Lamat, I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliyollal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go and take a look. Splat. That makes everyone. Wuklamat tablets if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet, and let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's peoples and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliolal saga. The events that glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Okay, so this is where they split us up into 2 areas. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Jacques Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Oh boy, our first inn? Yippee! I can't wait to see what the rooms are like. That's right, the reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the 3rd promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Zabalyav Tai. I am going to have a horrible time trying to pronounce anything. Greetings, visitors to Tuliolal, and welcome to the 4-Ard Caverns. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. Please, I want to see. Well, I'm not gonna wait there just yet. I didn't even get to see the bedrooms. Oh, this place is gorgeous. Like, holy crap. It's got a room with a view? I want to stay somewhere like this. This place is gorgeous. Well, I'm gonna get a picture of this. Nice and cozy. Dude, this place is gorgeous. Like, comfy feather bed, the unending journey, a toy chest, orchestrion. Fresh fruit, that all looks so good. Summoning bell, crystal bell, glamour dresser, armoire. I should put these shirts away while I'm here so I don't forget. God, this is gorgeous. I hope they eventually add a housing district to this place, because that would be perfect. A housing district to compete with the lavender beds and the mist. I might need to update or set the shadows to be higher because the shadows are kind of wonky. System config, graphics. What do I have shadows at? Shadows still look a little off, at least on the stairs, but everywhere else is good. Oh, sure, I should have a minion out. Keep forgetting to have a minion out. I shall indeed await my companions and embark on the rite of succession. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Pennifer. But where are Aaron, Vel, and Wooklamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Yeah, that's annoying. Like, Island Sanctuary is fun. I like the whole just like making your own little island paradise and just gathering and getting goodies. Like, if they update it so that you can put like indoor furnishings, that would be really nice. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we are thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking the initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. What's this? 'Tis called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. On my main, I had a medium house, but I was like, I don't log in enough to want to just keep it, so I let it fall to the wayside and get demolished. Maybe eventually I'll try to get a small again, but I'm fine not having a house for now. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. The Tuliolao saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okhanu, is located in Kozama Uka. The other, smaller fellow, is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wachun Pelo, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instinct of yours to work for us, Pennifer? Pick our destination. So this is what I'm used to. This is literally how every expansion goes. You pick one, you do that, you pick the other. This is how every expansion goes ever. So, what is it you'd like to know? The routes to Okhanu. We go south through the Arch of Dawn, then follow the road which runs along the Kozama Uka River, is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozama Uka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Zbalyavte. It's all been arranged. It's like Heavensward had us going to, at first, either it either snow out the wazoo, or islands in the sky. There's a void below you, but it's just islands in the sky. And then Shadowbringers had you going to desert or coastal area. Endwalker had you going to underground research lab or more coastal area. And now we're going to Mountain or Jungle. You there, you are Pennifer Rose, are you not? The adventurer from across the salt who has been lending the third promise her strength? Then well met. To tell the truth, I have been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You are familiar with Eorzean hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Tuliolal, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you are interested, speak with my associate, Bol Oga. Zabrel is a master of the hunt and administers to the bills in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. I mean, honestly, that is very smart. It is a very smart way to split the player base so that they don't crash the servers. Because they know there's going to be thousands and thousands of people on every server trying to play all at once. So it's like, okay, we'll send half of them can go this way, half of them can go that way. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? Heh. The Wing of Protection recommended you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Wuk-Lamat, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Pennifer. Suppose I better get down to the introductions. Or maybe I don't need to. This whole idea came from your side of the sea. After all, it was Kona who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way they do in Eorzea. We put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people, you kill them and bring us back the proof, you get your reward. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rule is I have to test every hopeful out on beginner bills. Can't have every youngling with nothing to her name but a plowshare and a dream of glory skipping merrily away to her doom. Prove yourself in Turel and I'll give you some bigger, bitier fish to fry. Yippee! The hunt begins! And now I can see what the vendor sells. Ooh! Sacks of nuts exchange. Oh, this brush looks cool. I need all of this for glamour. I need all of this for glamour because this looks amazing. Oh yeah, hunt trains are the best. God, this set is gorgeous. Like, holy shit, this is amazing. I need this for glamour immediately. So I might, after stream, go and grind out some Shadowbringers and Endwalker hunts to get the sacks and nuts I need for this, because this is pretty. But what's the other set look like? I'm curious. Because that's gorgeous. A round brush. Okay, that one looks cool. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I like the other set better, though. I like this brush better than the other one, but I like the other set better than this. But this is gorgeous. Look at all the belts. It's like we're channeling our inner Yuffie or Yuna. But yeah, definitely after stream or at some points before next stream, I will grind out enough sacks of nuts to buy that first set for Glamour, because that's gorgeous. Also, God, when we're running, we have such an intense expression. I never realized that we have such an intense expression while we're sprinting. Now, what about when we're... Yep, same intense expression. Are we all ready to leave? Then onward to Kozama Uka. Open the way. Open the door. Open the door. Yep, ad break starts right about now, it says. Thankfully, this probably isn't a super important cutscene. More just introducing the area.
Rainbow terraces.
I don't see any rainbows, it's
Commands the
foggy.
gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel.
Many colors, you'd say. There's fog everywhere.
Endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded
Yeah, we
along the
love...
mossy trail,
Yeah, I sure do love inclement weather during intro cutscene.
and his comrades once traveled.
Okay, it looks like it's clearing up a little. Or no. But yeah, you gotta love the inclement weather during an introduction cutscene. Oh, this place is pretty, you say. Well, I don't know. I can't see. It's foggy. There's too much fog everywhere. Well, at least up close it's pretty.
Falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
No, I can't. I can't see anything.
The Isle of Han was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
At least up close there's no fog, so you can actually see how vivid everything is. I just wish the intro cutscene would be like pre-rendered weather, so like it's always the same weather when you watch it so that you don't have to get like heavy rain or fog or anything. It's just a nice, bright, vivid cutscene as it should be. There is no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she had Erenville to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Time to attune to the Aetheryte and then immediately wander off to get Aether Currents. Southwest. But yes, so far this zone is pretty, even if I can't see much of it. Oh, that troll is green and it's got horns. Wait, I know what that troll looks like. That troll looks like Haruka Caribou. That's my ficus. I didn't know Haruka got a cameo in the game as a troll. Everyone has arrived, and none the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is the Hanu Hanu village I was telling you about, Akhanu. It is always fun to find holes in the map and just do some shenanigans. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this Elector. Oh, Hokali. Gesundheit? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the Third Promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Akhanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of Elector during the Rite of Succession. So our idea about the Electors was correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time. All in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feat, you know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What? You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who was prone to decisive action, so I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later, or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn Servant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Akhanu then, do some groundwork before the feat begins. Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Wul'Qlamad has the right of it. As Elder Zanuhali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Erenville, Alistair, and Cryo could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wul'Qlamad, Pennifer, and myself will handle this northern half. Great idea. Sounds good to me. I'm going to not do that instead. I'm going to attune to the Aetheryte and I'm going to go get some Aether Currents. Because that sounds like a good use of time, getting those currents so that I could get flying eventually. But this place is gorgeous. It reminds me of Thavnair. Okay, so let's see. Aether currents. Right, I haven't picked up any, so it's not going to show me nothing. West. East? I thought you said west. Not a problem. You have a great rest of your day, Mercury. Yeah, as they say, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 lefts do. Okay, I like this zone more than Thavnir immediately. It is so pretty. I'm going to assume the current is on the top of that, because that seems about right. Yeah, I hear swirling wind. But the wind is low. It's right there, I see it. Yeah, this music is great. Like, I was excited, I am excited to see the music for this, but it's so good, all of it. And a 1. 10? I thought there was just 8. There's 10? Oh, that's painful. That is painful. Like, there used to be 8, there's 10 now? Got touch glass, sniff gas. Well, I will just wander and gather as many as I can. Southeast. What, you're telling me my cat can't walk through this ankle-deep water? What do you mean my kitty can't walk through ankle-deep water? What kind of nonsense is that? So this is probably up. I don't know how to get up. That's probably another part of the zone. Unless it's actually... It's right here. Okay, I don't have to go up. Yeah, the most recent expansion always will have more, and then they reduce it in time, but... It used to be 8. You used to just have to have 8 for the most recent expansion. They upped it to 10. And 10 is so many. Holy cannoli. Because I remember doing Shadowbringers for the first time before patch 5.55 came out. And that was just 8. Then I did Endwalker, and that was just 8. Why did they up it to 10? Well, at the very least, this is getting to explore more. This is definitely not the way to go. So I'm going to assume the next one that's there is... Yeah, that's level 92, so that's a... upper area I can't get you just yet, probably. Please tell me there's another one over here. Southwest. I can't go southwest. I don't have a means of getting up there. There's gotta be more this way. 'Cause I can't just go southwest. Okay, southeast. I can do southeast. Oh yeah, that one was miserable because it is up in a little nook and cranny that you have to do some sick nasty climbing to get to. And it is pain. Even now, it is pain. I think that's one of the... I think it's one of the ones they still kept, so it's just pain. That you have to figure out how to get up there, and then suffer. Howdy, howdy, Martin. Welcome, welcome. I am indeed winning and having fun. This expansion is amazing. Wait, that's south? Can I go south from here? Because that looks like stuff below. I mean, I could go this way, but I don't think that's going to take me much of anywhere. Because that's up, and I don't think I can get up just yet. Yeah, I don't think I have a means of getting up there yet. That's probably not for another 2 levels, so... Let's... head east. But yeah, this zone is massive. We can head east, find whatever's over there. Okay, northeast, that's much closer. I could do that. Yeah, this is absolutely a vacation. The world's not on fire. We don't have to protect a ton of people. We're just exploring and having a good time. Oh my god, it's Koki. Why is she piss colored? Oh, I don't want to get near that. That thing's going to murder me. That thing is going to murder me so very hard if I even get close to it. If I even look at that, it's going to kill me. Let's go this way. I'm absolutely not going to touch that thing. That thing will murder me 10 times over. Well, that's good. I still don't want to get close to that. Okay, if I see the A rank, I will try to get a picture with it, but I'm not going to make an effort to find it, because that A rank would absolutely murder me. Okay, I'm gonna go attune to this, and then we can head back towards the main objective. Because I know the A ranks generally respawn every couple hours or so. Like the B ranks respawn like 2 minutes after you kill them. The A ranks respawn every few hours, and then S ranks have to be forcibly spawned. Let's grab this. Get on our kitty cat. Northeast. Okay. Let's go grab that. Because if I can get at least half of them, like half of the currents I need, that would be lovely. Level 99. So I'm going to assume the story takes us back here later. Oh yeah, that's how it always goes. Like, people, like, even before they finish the expansion, people will just try to fight whatever hunt marks they see, seeing if they could get an easy win. Well, not an easy win, but an early win. And it goes horribly because the hunt mark is max level. They're not max level. And so every attack from it's going to hurt a lot more. But it's always fun to do anyways. And then you figure out its mechanics, its pattern of attack, and then you win. Okay, so let's see, we have 4. This one will be 5. So let's grab this next one, and then we could just collect any more on the way back. I absolutely love this zone. This zone is gorgeous. It's so warm and bright and vivid. Like, this would absolutely be somewhere I would love to go on a vacation to. I wouldn't quite swim in the river, but I would absolutely enjoy the sights of here if I was on a vacation. Okay, so this will be 5. And then we can start making our way back there, because I figure... Oh, this zone really is massive, because it has 4 aetherytes. Most zones normally have 2. Holy crap. Okay, so if they went all out, these zones are huge. So that's why there's 10 aether currents, because these zones are freaking massive. That explains it. That explains it all, that these zones are just insanely massive. It is like really comfy. There's like nice, cozy, warm vibe. It's so pretty. Well, I can't wait to see what the mountain zone looks like. So I think my goal for today's stream will be to do the first dungeon. That'll probably be after the 5-hour mark, I take it. And that honestly, that's my usual goal for expansions. Do 1 dungeon a stream. Because that allows for a long enough stream. Sigh. You heard about the storm. I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn Servant sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there is so much else that was lost for good. Man, that storm really did a number on this place. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Yeah, like, I have no clue what the first dungeon is going to be like, because for Endwalker, the first dungeon was inside of a giant scary tower, but we're on vacation, so it's probably going to be something cozy and fun. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. And I don't know when they made this change, but that you can mount up while you're moving is amazing. I'm thankful I live somewhere that never gets tornadoes. Like, we might have one tornado every dozen or so years, at best. The dry and shrunken bundle suggests the reeds were harvested some time ago. It is a fantastic upgrade that you can just mount up while you're moving, so you don't have to pause where you're standing and just get on your mount. Boat. Boat goes binted. Boat goes binted. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then. Hello, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over to?
No sign of Zorolja, or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
It's this dickhead who stepped on my taco. I'm still mad about that.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
Yeah, that's right, dickhead.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
I really hope we get to kick your stupid ass at some point.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat of reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
Oh, don't call her Mittens. Okay, I'm putting my angry face back on. You're being rude.
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you.
You stepped on our tacos and you're being a dick. I hate you.
These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Might? I am a problem. There is no might about it. I am a problem.
I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Aaronville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course, follow me. Okay, I'm gonna go to BRB real quick because it's getting a little warm in here and I need to take off my sweatshirt.
Putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life?
Much better. Now I'm not roasting in my own room. You can all stand back and I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. As Zanu Hali described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. The soil in the paddies is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. Lethargic frog. A small frog catches your eye, strangely lackadaisical. It doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Well, I didn't know there was a Koki reference in this game. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree. The waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True. And being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuk-Lamat's journey. It is only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. I saw it. In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. True, but if you're alone, you don't get the company of friends to keep you entertained. Oh, striking dummies, good. I did want to test out what this looks like. Okay, so that's pretty. AoE attack, and it gives me white paint, but lets me use that. I will definitely need to see how that factors into my rotation. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Okay, I can immediately see something wrong. Oh, that's definitely broken. How have they lifted this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? And it's missing an eye. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. So it's the eye, it's that, and it's... These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such poor state. Due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings, no Ihihana. Ihihana, that's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined, we're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need Abakiza for the missing eye, Uyu Ipo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. Abakiza is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and Uyu Ipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. The float might also function as an arcane device. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus for what? Oh, Ihihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops, so if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float, a tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with art and hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes. And I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alice and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Oak Hanu to gather and vie for the title of winds chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews and may afford the same effect. The three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine, after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly, let's all go together. Thanks to Wuk-Lamat, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. The shipwright's name is Wuk-Ivu. He's a Zerel who only moved to Kozama Uka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. And we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Oakbeck Bay, to the east of here. God, these places are really not easy to pronounce, Lamau. Man, right now we are two wet pussies. This is Oakbeck Bay, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozama Uka from Tuliolal and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wuk-Ivu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Oh, it's that tree that we thought an Aether Current was up. Well, let us ascend. Oh, this is quite a climb. I wouldn't even get up 10 steps before collapsing and needing my inhaler. That is too many steps.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Ohok Kali!
Ohok Kali! Good. You brought your manners with you.
Hehe.
When in Ukanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
True.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before.
You're Wuk Lamat.
Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wokevu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
Oh boy.
Your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
This guy's crazy, but I love him.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuk Lamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then. Let's get moving.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
It's these guys,
Ihihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Cave Kikitola is southwest of Okhanu. You can return to the village first, then head there on foot. Oh, that is a big three-headed dog thing. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Cave Kikitola as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot Ra Abakicha by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave then. You take the west half and I'll take the east. Hammer. 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 You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. This seems like the exact kind of mineral Lunu Hanu was looking for. Perfect, and I only had to hammer one enemy. I picked it over the ground near the entrance but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? Yes, this is Abakicha. Along with Kral's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. he would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihihana. But when the big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was why you agreed to Woklamat's request despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. So I must mourn. I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Abakicha into Wook-Ivu's waiting hands. Oh boy, that's quite a trip. Well, this is the new expansion experience. You don't have flying, so you gotta run. Just gotta avoid the beetles. Thanks to the third promise in her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyu Ippo, or of the Abakicha. Yes, these are excellent samples, a goodly quantity too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyu Ippo's conductivity. Then I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else here should head back to Okhanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Okay, so it looks like we have most of the, or all of the top half of the map filled. Gathering the Uyo Ippo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wookiee Ibu criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into an Uyo Ippo tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles and the new eye, now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. So from the sound of this quest's name, it might be the last one for this area, which would be yay. Over there, by the float, isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Alkhanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Kona out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like our Kona. One look at the reeds, it was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed. As soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Wind's Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for miles. We had our turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looked. Poor Aaron Verls twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wookiee Ibu. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of wings is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Wooklamat, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wooklamat. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We will be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanu Akli. where the sacred likeness of Kizaihi is ensconced. That's not easy to say. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wookiee Iwu is finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wookiee Iwu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches up to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. As Linu Hanu said, Kuzanu Aki should be down this way, then off to the east where the path branches, and something about bridges in the Stride of the Sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of the Kizaihi. Oh, thankfully I've got my hammer ready to go. Hammer. Hammer. Hammer's gonna run out. I don't got enough things to bonk in time. Cringe. Why must things die so quickly? It irks me to waste a use of my hammer. Anywho. Hammer. Hammer. Oh, this one's further away. Is there really nothing I can bonk? There is nothing I can smack with my hammer. Lame. Frog. Frog times 2. Hammer. Hammer. Splat. I got to use all 3 hammer charges. Let's go. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kiza-Ich, the Hanu deity of the harvest. I was half expecting a flying whale. A whale? Why a whale of all things? Anyway, it said that Kiza-Ich was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent, then mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linu Hanu? He will want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Meanwhile, in Okhanu,
Not sure we heard you right, old man.
it's this dickhead again.
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to...
Oh, don't you fucking dare, dipshits.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Oh, don't you fucking dare.
Very well, if that's what you want.
Yeah, get his ass.
Everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us.
But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Yeah, fucker, yeah. You could fucking try, bitch.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings.
Who are you calling weakling, bitch bastard?
Together, if you like.
Nah, I don't need help. I will fucking take you on. I will kick your sorry ass.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort, sweating nuts.
Lucky for you. Eh?
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes!
Aw.
Yes, we are!
Look at that smile. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well have not been there at all. Nonsense. You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh, Hokali. See, I remember. So this is the... Okay, this is the last quest of this part. Let's go! Hooray! Let's see, it's been 4.5 hours. Yeah, we could work through the next section. I am thoroughly enjoying this. We might not get to the first dungeon today, depending on how far after the second section it is. Oh, Hokali. Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repair should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? Festival then repairs? If you have food and you have higher spirits, you're more likely to get done with the repairs. The festival is about to begin. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up at the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Hooray! What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. And let's go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. That's the spirit. The Hanu were pleased to hear the festival was going ahead, I imagine. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuk Lamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
This is adorable. I love this.
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Keshaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Whoa.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognized the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater. But today's events remind us of the power in tradition.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the Studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamart. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
My journey has just started and already I've met so many wonderful people. Wook Ivu, for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu. It warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Zbalyav Tai. Again, another mouthful to say. I'm just gonna teleport because I don't want to run there. This makes 1/2 of the starting section done. One half to go. I think what we'll do is we will pick up the next quest and get to the next area. Then we can, yeah, we will get to the next area, get Aether Currents, get the Aetherites we can. Maybe call it there because it has been close to 5 hours. Then that puts us past an ad break. And just like that, we found an Elector and won our keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards to Urkopacha. Chances are good we'll find an Elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. I've been waiting for what feels like days and eaten enough of Brook Ivu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. What solution could that be? Oh, don't tell me we're riding alpacas, because that's where the alpacas are. Are we riding alpacas? Yippee! Oh wait, I almost ran off through the zone transfer. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Urkopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yggdrasil. Eorzea has its chocobos and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. Blech. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. Ha ha ha, I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. That's a great pun. I'll be sure to alpaca lunch. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good. I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go, a fair price for your advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do.
Turali points of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea.
Ooh, this place is pretty.
Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
Sure are a lot of cactuses. Or cacti.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk-Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's Promise here, of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrin Pello.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Wachun Pelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
She's gonna get lost, isn't she? Oh, that's a pretty little settlement. Cute little village. Oh, you can hurt the alpacas, but why would you want to hurt them? They look so cute. What is that, though? It's not as cute as the alpacas, that's for sure. This is it, Wachun Pelu, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuk-Lamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, but this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, Third Promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Oh boy. Finest lady. I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Erenville, when did you... Ashatona from far off Zakteral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their death turns or frays, and unwitting customers like Wuk-Lamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Erenvil's words of caution to heart. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do, find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Prial, Alisay, and I will speak with the merchants, Wuklamot. You and Erenvil might try approaching travelers and passerby. Hennifer, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay to the third promise. Oh, Peru is massive. We went from Spain to Peru and it is just as big. South. We're going south. So we have left Spain and now we're in Peru. So that would probably make the jungle area Brazil then? Or close enough to Brazil. Okay, going even more south. I don't know if we can get to this one, given just how south it is. Actually, maybe. If we get up here, I think it's up this. No, I don't think we have a way to get there just yet, so let's head west and north and look for some more. Oh, that's quite a drop. Okay, that's a spicy boy. I was like, wait, is that a bear? That is in fact a bear. You might have to bonk the bear with the hammer. If we get too close. This one's straight south, but I'm going to assume it's up there. Yeah, it is up on that cliff. That's cringe. Well, off to the north we go. can at least fill in the north part of the map, since that seems to be what we have access to. Okay, current to the northeast. Northwest. It's probably around here. Yay, more alpacas. Okay, straight east. East? I thought you said west. Oh, the combat music's so good. Yeah, trying to shoot needles at me now suck. Oh, boy. That guy was hiding. That was rude. Oh, please tell me this one's not on a cliff that I am on the bottom side of. Okay, northeast. It might not be on a cliff. At least it might not be on that cliff. Of course it's up there. Of course I'm on these part of the cliff that I don't need to be on. Oops, I guess I'm going around. At least this is a chance to see the sights, and this place is very pretty. I assume the next one we get's probably up there, and that'll be the half that are on this side of things. Okay, south. That is not... I can't go that far south just yet. Splat. So let us head east. And there is a one to the east. Oh, that is a... That is deep. God, the combat music reminds me of, like, frickin', Xenoblade Chronicles. Combat music is giving me Xenoblade vibes, and I love it. That's west, Patrick. You're fired again. Okay, I somehow managed to sneak around that guy when I definitely should have aggroed him. Okie dokie, you know what, we could finish this quest and pick up the next one, and then call it there. Because we're just, like, a bit over 5 hours. This has been a great stream. I can't imagine what this was like when this first came out and everybody was just swarming. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoraal Ja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, in the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the Brazilian sun. Would you care to purchase something? Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoraal Ja's policies. Well, okay, you're being a rude little dick. I didn't want your help anyways. If you're supporting a warmonger, why would I get your help? The Dawn Servant Elector. I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't much care who sits on the, I don't much care who sits the throne so long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Aw, I mean, I would take a cup. Oh right, yes, you were asking about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Toblee, could probably tell you more about it. Alcohol made from cactuses, that's interesting. I'm sure that actually exists somewhere. I'd try it. I don't really drink, but I'd try it. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prize alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Toblee, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Toblee noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. I definitely don't want to get spat on by an alpaca, if it smells as bad as it sounds. And I have it tuned here right. Just needed to make sure. You really have to watch yourself around these sober-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Toblee is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay to visit before the others return. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobly? Tobly? Oh yes. He likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobly often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough, all I have to do is offer Tobly a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobly. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Well, obviously I'm not Tobly. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobly is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. I'm gonna go pet the alpaca real quick. The beast regards you with wary eyes and a twitching jaw. Backing away slowly may be the wisest course of action. True, I don't want to get spat on. A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. You think I might be Tobly? Ha ha ha, well maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Well, that's not quite a pungent subject. Am I Tobly? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? I don't believe you. It's probably the diligent one who's watching things and mentioned disgusting alpaca spit. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. The worker's so intent on stable chores, I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I proposed a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of Watsun Pello and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! And a place featured in the Tuliolo saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Oh boy.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
The example? Aw, that's cute.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Oh boy.
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erenville said. The little monster spat on me!
Oh my god, I knew it. I knew it.
Creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom
What a
to decide
challenge.
my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you alright, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Sure.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. And this is an excellent place to end for today. 5.5 hours. We're making so much good progress. So next stream we might actually do 2 dungeons depending on how far apart they are. But still, this has been so much fun. Lots of progress, lots of fun. I am loving Dawntrail. I mean, I figured I would, but I'm glad I can confirm that I am enjoying it. So for now, let us find somebody to raid into. Preferably somebody who's not playing the new Resident Evil, just so I can continue to remain unspoiled as to the further parts. So let's see, what are people doing? Ba, 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 ba. Quite a few people playing, and actually not a lot of people playing Resident Evil. Or that specific Resident Evil. So let's see, Grand Theft Auto 4, Mugenics, Repo, World of Warcraft, Chatting, Story of Seasons, Power Wash Sim, that's a great game, RimWorld, Retro Games, Marvel Rivals, more Resident Evil Requiem, Zenless Zone Zero, Cloudpunk, lots of good options. So let's see. Here's an idea. Let's see. We are gonna raid into Niospeed, super cool centipede VTuber, who is currently just chatting right now. Nio is cool. So let's send her our love. As always, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Monday and start to your week. And remember, Big Sis loves you always. Mwah, 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 mwah.